Good morning, good afternoon. I want to make sure the audio levels are good. I was tweaking with it this week and can't really be sure. So if you can't hear me, let me know. I'll fix it. Hey, welcome to week 4. This is week 4 of my series I'm calling Game Dev Bootcamp. The hope is that we could learn some game development. We're using Unreal Engine for this course, but the principles apply to really any game engine. I mean, depends on what you're trying to do, but we cover that in week 1. But yeah, if this is your first time here watching this course, this is week 4. So you can go back and watch the previous weeks if you want, but let's talk about what we're going to do this week. But first, I just want to do a quick plug. I'll keep it quick this week. I think I rambled a little bit last week, but I am offering one-on-one mentoring / tutoring / whatever you want. $25, $25 gets you 60 minutes to talk with me about game dev or career advancement or marketing or whatever you want. You can book it through my website. This QR code will lead you there. You can find a time that works for you, and then we can just chat. So if this interests you, click here. This is basically the primary source of income for this channel right now. Doing this helps fund future developments. So yeah, helps me grow, helps me put some more money into this and make better content for you in the long run. So if you have the money, if you have the time, book a session and let's chat. Like I said, today is week 4 of this course. This is going to be an 8-week course. So we did the first 3 weeks. Last weekend I had some personal stuff with family to do. So this is week 4. And then the rest of the week should be, unless something comes up, every week here on out. So, and then this is what we covered in the previous week. So we're making 3 prototypes as we go through this course. The first prototype we made was called Fire Escape. During weeks 1 and 2, we made this course. We talked about some real basics of development. We made our first game loop. Last week, we got started on our second prototype, which is called Alien Defense. We talked about object-oriented programming. We ran out of time, so this actually ended up being 2 separate sessions, but that's cool. And this week, we're going to be talking about structures and data tables. We're going to be spending a lot of the time this week building an inventory system. And we'll talk about some other things too. This is kind of the list of topics. So we're going to set up our inventory system component. We're going to talk about structures and data tables. We're going to be using this to create like a list of all the inventory that we could have. We're going to work on our inventory, building upon it over three lessons. Then we'll talk about enumerators and what is that. We'll talk about particle systems. If we're running short on time, we may skip week 6, and I'll do that or we may skip lesson 6, particle systems. We can come back to that later. 7 and 8 will be pretty quick. We're gonna set up some winning and losing conditions for this game. And then we'll round out the week talking about the game instance class and how to save game progress. So yeah, we got a lot to cram into 4 hours, so let's get started. And I just want to show real quick where we kind of left things off last week. So we had set up some basic gameplay for this game. We can move around, kill these enemies, wherever I'm pointing my gun is wherever I'm pointing my mouse is where the player is pointing the weapon. And we can kill these enemies. We also got some sound set up, and we got this wave system set up, so it'll keep spawning more and more enemies as time goes on. We've set up 2 different enemy types that are, one of them is like a little small, fast enemy. One of them's a more powerful enemy. It's a little bit slower. And we got a reload system set up so that we can reload our rifle. God, that's so small. So yeah, this is working as intended right now. But one of the things with a game like this, it'd be fun to be able to like gather inventory basically. So I want to be able to set up an inventory system where the enemies can drop loot. We can pick up that loot. We can have an inventory where we can equip different weapons, different items, things like that. Also like consumables that we could use, like health packs and various power-ups and things like that. So let's get started by setting up our inventory system component. So this is lesson 1, inventory system component. In this lesson, we will describe the inventory system. We're going to do an overview of everything that's going to be going into the inventory system. We're going to create our inventory actor component, and then we'll set up our base item, which is going to be called BP item base. All of our items are going to inherit from this. So one of the benefits is we can use item base to set up some basic functionality of how it should interact with the player, how it should interact with the inventory system, but then we can set up children of that item that do various things. Like we could set up weapons that do their own things. We could set up like armor that does something different, grenades, consumables, any such thing. So, and then we're gonna spend too long doing widgets. Lots of widgets with inventory. It's too many widgets. So, one of the things I want to talk about is kind of how our inventory system is going to be working. So inventory is pretty common, like most games now. You're gonna have some form of inventory, right? Basically, it allows a player to collect items, and then you can use those in the game for various things depending on the game. One thing that I really wanted to note is the idea of the ideas that we're going to talk about this week with this inventory system really could be used to make like any inventory system you want. They're really just like the foundation of how an inventory system should be set up. But no 2 inventory systems are going to be alike, right? So this really is going to be like, you're going to need to customize this to fit the needs of your game. Even for a game like this, we're not going to do every single feature, but we're going to talk about like some of the basics. And some of those things are like collecting weapons and armor, equipping weapons and armor, having consumable items. Like all of these things are things that a player commonly wants to do when they're collecting inventory, but it could be anything. Like if you're talking about like a trading card game like Hearthstone or MTG, the inventory could be the cards that the player owns that they can use in their decks, right? If you're talking about like a game like Clash Royale, where you have to collect like little things that you can use in the game, you could use the ideas here to set up that inventory system. So it's really just a container to hold a variety of objects and allow the player to interface with them and set up different functions based upon the items that are there, right? So we're going to break this down over 4 lessons, but this is kind of how the structure of the inventory system is going to be. So we have item at the top, right? Everything is going to inherit from item. That way we can set up some common functionality for items, like picking up an item, dropping an item, moving an item in the inventory. And then we're going to split into 2 basic paths: equipment and consumables. And equipment is going to be something that the player can equip, and a consumable is going to be something that the player can use. And then this could be expanded upon even further. But equipment, we will have weapons and armor, because each of those is going to need some different functionality. And then consumables could be basically anything you want. Health packs, ammo could be considered a consumable, depending on how you want to structure it. A grenade, like we can pick up grenades for this game and like throw them into the world and blow things up. Like really, I drew a dotted green line here because that could be maybe either one. It depends on how you want to set up your game. You could set up as a consumable or you could set up as an equipment. It just depends on the needs of the game that you're making. But just to show, like, these are the kind of the things that you need to consider when you're making an inventory system. Inventory systems can get a little bit complex. And if you're not careful, you can end up with a mess by the end. So I think it's important to like break down what you want the inventory system to be to develop the requirements. We'll be talking about this more and more throughout the weeks, like planning out your systems, planning out the requirements for your systems helps down the road for making systems that are actually going to work. And we talk about this a lot, especially in weeks 6 and 7. So we're also going to have like 2 parts of our inventory system. So we have an item, which is something that we can interact with in the world. And then we want our inventory to be able to pick up an item, use an item, move an item, drop an item. And then we want equipment to be handled differently. We want to be able to equip items and unequip items. And really, depending on what you want, you could even make the equipment its own separate component if you wanted to. For ours, just for simplicity, we're going to put it all into one. We're going to call it inventory component, but you could do it any way you want. The idea here that I really want to stress is that there's a lot of flexibility. There's a lot of chances to do things the way you want, but the most important thing is plan out what you want ahead of time before you get started so you don't end up with a mess. So let's create our inventory actor component. That's a good place to start. So here in my project, I'm going to go to blueprints. I'm going to go to components. We already have our health component. Let's make a new actor component, and we're going to call this BP inventory. Let's open this up. We'll dock it. That way we can kind of see what we want here. Also, if any of you ever watched a cooking show, especially before like when shows were like more live, you may have seen like when the cook or the chef like makes something and they put it in the oven and they magically pull one out that has already been cooked. Through the magic of trying to do work ahead of time, I actually already have another prototype of this built. So that's what I'm going to be using just to make as like a check to myself to make sure that I'm not completely breaking things. So yeah, let me get into the one that we have in here. And there are some basic things that we are going to need for this inventory actor component. Let's go ahead and set up we'll also set up our BP item base, but I want to actually create a new folder called inventory. So there's going to be a lot of stuff here. I want to keep it all kind of together. So I'm going to create another new actor. It's going to be called BP item base. And just to demonstrate that, like what we have, I'm going to create a sphere on this so we can put them into the world and see them. And I'll make it gold. That way it kind of like stands out against the background. And the good thing is I created this little strip over here, so I have kind of like a safe space to stay away from these enemies. I'm gonna put this thing up here out of the way. So there's my item base. And if I go into the world, I can see it, and that's it. So that's our item base. But we want to be able to put some information on this, right? We want to be able to store some information on this item. Like there's some basic things that every item is going to need to have, right? It's going to need to have like a name. So we could create a variable for this, and we could use the name variable type, and we can call this name. And then we maybe want an image to use to show what it looks like in our inventory. So we could take a texture 2D and put that on there and call it image. Img? I don't think that's a word. Right? We could yeah, we could add a lot of different variables onto this, right? But it's going to get really messy. And then one of the things that we're going to have a hard time with is when we're trying to store this as data. Like in an inventory, what we have is we have a component that's basically just going to hold a bunch of data for us of like what the player is holding. And it's going to be really hard to get this information from that, because you can only get access to these variables if the item is spawned into the world. So it will get really messy to try to create a bunch of different items and keep track of them and keep track of which ones the player has equipped. So yeah, I actually wanted to just ask, is the sound good? Like, can everyone hear me? Because I feel like, I don't know. I was doing another stream and I messed with my sound, and now I feel like everything's off. So, I actually can't hear myself. I could just go to I could put my stream on. Let me turn the volume up on this to see if you guys can hear me. Let me turn the volume up. Oh, the sound is fine. All right, get over it, boy. All right, so the point is, the point I was making, man, that's highlighted my streaming. The point is, like, we don't want to have like a bunch of variables on here that we have to keep track of, and also like we need a data type that we could like gain access to these when the item is in our inventory, because it's going to be like data, right? We're storing data in this inventory component, not like physical objects. So I would love to have a way that I could keep track of all of the data that's in my inventory component. And there's actually a variable type that is perfect for this. And it's called a structure. So that brings us, I think, to our next lesson. Yes, thank goodness. Structures and data tables. And we could use a structure. I'll talk to you about storing information about our item. So in this lesson, we're going to define a struct in Unreal Engine. We're going to explain some common uses of a structure. We're going to demonstrate the creation of a struct in Unreal Engine. And then we'll talk about data tables, which is like another side of structures where we could store information about our inventory or about all of our items in basically like an Excel spreadsheet. So yeah, let's get into this. So what is a structure? A structure is a single variable that contains multiple variable declarations. Now, we've actually already used some structures in our game, whether you know it or not. when we set up our hit trace in for our character, when we where is it? Fire weapon. So this line trace by channel has an output of a hit, and if we hover over it, it says hit result structure. So we've already used a structure actually without really knowing about it. And there are some other ones that we've used too. So it easily allows us to declare related or nested variables that need to go through a single container. So vectors, rotators, transforms. We can use this for attributes or stats. So if you want to keep track of a bunch of different stats on your player for like an RPG or something, or a game where the player has like a lot of different stats that they need to use, you could use a struct for that. You could use this to set up parameters for your game. So like various working parameters. So structs are very useful when you have a bunch of variables that kind of are grouped together, but they're not all the same variable type. Even how this is different from an array is the exact same variable type, but it holds multiples of them. So like if I have a single variable like an integer, an array could hold multiple values of that integer. You can also have an array of a struct. So we can create an array that is of type struct, and we're actually going to do that for this inventory system. So a lot of times I think people get the two mixed up, like an array and a struct, but they are different. And you can have an array of a struct. Yeah, I said that correctly. So some common uses, vectors, rotators, transforms, those are technically structs, because even though they're all through the same variable type, like a location vector is 3 parameters, but they're all different. There's an X, Y, and a Z, so that's technically a struct. The hit result that we already talked about, this is a struct. We can use them for attributes, stats for our player. We can use them for parameters. So instance, like if we want to have the player be able to set up a bunch of parameters for the game before the game starts, we can pass all those in as the level starts up. So very, very versatile. So we're going to create an item struct. These are just the 4 basic things that I want to have when I set this up. We may want to add to this as we go on, but just for now, I'm going to keep it to this. So let's go to figure out how to set up a struct. So I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go to my blueprints folder. And I'm going to create, let's do this so we don't have to keep looking at that annoying auto save thing. I'm going to right click in here, and we're looking for blueprint and then structure. So I'll create this, and the common prefix for these is F underscore. And I'm going to call this item info. And then when we open that up, let's look here, and we can see here that we can see it already has one variable, and we can change the variable type. So if we go back to here, the first type that we want is the name. So I'm actually going to change this to a name, and we want to name our variable. So I'm going to call this item name. So our first variable is item name. Now we can add another variable. So let's add another variable, and the next one is going to be a class. And for this, we can use the BP item that we just declared, and we can create a class reference to BP item base that we just created. And we'll change the name of this one to item class. All right. So now we have, when we use this variable, we can have the name of the item, and we can have the class of the item that we want to create. And the interesting thing about this is all just data. There's no actual need for like a physical asset at this point. We can just store data in this struct. What was the next one? We need a item type. I'm actually going to create this one, but we're not going to set it up for right now. So for right now, what I'll actually do is I'm just going to set this up as a string, but we're going to change this variable type in lesson 5, I think. Item type when we talk about enumerators. So for now, this is just a holding. We're just like a placeholder for another item, for another variable type that we're going to create later on in the week. All right. And then the last one is an item image so that we can see it on our UI, see it in various widgets. And for this, I want to use a texture 2D, and this I'm going to set as an object reference. And now we can see down here that we have some default values, and look, they're all different variable types. So we have an item name that we can type in a string into. We have an item class where we can select what item is going to be in there. We can have an item type where I'll just type holding for now. And then an item image, we can select an image basically. And I'm just gonna look at my prototype that I made because I can't remember what I did for. None. We'll just leave it as none, I guess. All right. There is one other. There are two more that I can think of, but we can set those up in the next lesson, I guess. But now we have this item struct that we can use, and we can actually add it as a variable to our item base. So if we add a new variable, and we'll call this item info just for consistency, and we can find item info. And we can see now we have a struct on this actor. And if we look over here in class defaults, we can see that we can set some defaults for this. So for instance, we can call this one just test item because this is just a test item for various things. And for the texture, we can just pick anything. I like to use this one because it gives me like a good, it's like built into Unreal Engine. It gives me a good indication that I have something there, but that it like, I'm never gonna use that for anything real. And it's kind of goofy, so it like catches my eye. Usually this is a good indication. I use it almost like as a debugging tool. Like if I see that, there's an indication that something might be wrong. So now we have item base, and it has a struct on it. And one cool thing about these structs is we can actually create like almost like like all of the possible items in our game. We can create like a table basically to hold that data. And to do that, we're going to use an asset called a data table. So what's a data table? All right. Directly from the Unreal Engine documentation, a data table is a table of miscellaneous but related data grouped in a meaningful and useful way, where the data fields can be any valid object property, including asset references. So a data table is it's a spreadsheet. Like honestly, that's pretty much what it is. It's a spreadsheet. It has rows, which is an instance of the struct, and a column, which is the variable type. So each of the variables that we set in our item struct becomes a column. And if you think of a spreadsheet, the columns are the variables that we set in that struct. And then the rows are instances of the struct. So we can create a different row for each item that we want in our game. And it's, yeah. There is also a data curve where we're gonna cover this later on in the course. Week 7 will actually cover data curves. They're similar to a data table, but it only supports numerical values. But you could use these for setting up like like if you had, what we'll actually use it for is we're going to create a leveling system in week 7 for our RPG that we're making. And each level, we want to get a reference of where the player's like base stats should change to. You know, like HP, MP, strength, stamina, agility, intellect, whatever you want. So we can actually create like a spreadsheet of what at each level what we want the base stats to be, and you can upload that as a data as a curve table. I think it's called a curve table. That's a typo. So some common uses for data tables, they're useful in data-driven projects where you're using complex systems to use to track progression and balancing. One cool thing about these is like if you're creating a multiplayer game where you need to be changing values to balance the game, you could do all of that using some algorithms in like Excel or something, and then just upload the table, refresh it, check the balancing, and you could just kind of do little tweaks like that very quickly. We can use them as a loot container. Sorry, as a container for large loot tables, which is what we're going to use it for in this project. Container for complex attribute or stat systems, like I just said. And here's the kicker: they can be imported or exported as a CSV file or a JSON file. If you prefer to use JSON, you can. But most people are more, unless you're like do a lot of web dev or app development, you may not even know what a JSON file is. So most people know what a CSV file is, or they know what Excel is, and a CSV is one of the types that can be exported from Excel. So let's show how to create a data table using Unreal Engine. And we're going to be back here, and I'm actually going to move this item info into my inventory folder just so I can keep everything together. And then in here, I'm going to right click, and I'm going to go to miscellaneous, I think it is, and data table. We can see it right here, data table. And look, it even says imported. Oh, you can't see that. Data table, imported spreadsheet table. So it's literally just a spreadsheet. When you select a data table, it's going to ask you to pick your row structure. It's literally asking for a struct. So we can type item info and select OK. And the prefix for these is DT for data table. And we're going to call this data table item list. Okay. And when we open this up, we can see basically our data table. So let's go ahead and add an item to this, and we can see we've created a new row. One thing to note, each of these columns now is one of the variables that we set up. So item name, item class, item type, and then 9 was this one's item image. Right? Perfect. And then we can set the variables for each of these in our data table. So we can set this one up as test item base holding, and then we can set this little green dude again, and we can create another row. We can call this test item 2, and then we can select this little devil for that one, and you can create as many of these as you want, and each of these now becomes its own row in the data table basically. And like I said, you can export this. So if you right click and go to asset actions, you can say export. It's going to ask you, I think we have to do it through here. Oh, it's at the top. Export is CSV, export is JSON. So I can save this to my desktop, item list.csv. And then if I go to my desktop now, you can see that this can actually open in Excel, and I can see each of these is a row, right? One thing to note is if you did want to, you could essentially like create your data tables in Excel and then import them into Unreal Engine. If you're gonna do that, one thing to be mindful of is you don't want to change the rows. So you'll notice like there's this row or this column A that just says like new row. You can actually change these names if you want, but if you like add a row over here, it's gonna break it. So you just want to be mindful that like what you're changing, you don't want to change like the structure of this. You just can create new rows, and then don't change the column names, and then you can change the data here, but just be mindful like that it needs to work with the variable type that we set up. So like notice this one, it's like pointing to the class that we made. So if we were to put something like item class in here, and then we try to import this, that's gonna break it because this is not valid, right? So yeah, fun stuff. Don't save that. All right. So now we have our data table, we have our struct. Let's get started making our inventory. All right. So this is lesson 3, inventory system part 2 or part 3, depending if you count that last one, right? In this one, we're going to create some inventory functions. So we're going to create a function to pick up an item. We're going to create a function to move an item within our inventory. And then we will create a consumable item that we could use for various purposes. And we're going to create the function for that. So let's create our inventory functions. So let's close some of this. Yeah. And I want to create a function. We'll start with pick up item, because I think this one is important to kind of get going. And for the input of this, we actually want a item info as the input, because we want to pass the data from the item into the inventory component. And just to show what this does, let's just kind of get this working for now. So one of the things with structs, as we saw like here, how we can break it, we can break that struct. We can do that with any struct. So if we type break, then we can get each of the variables that are in that struct, and we can get a reference to them here, and we can print one. So let's just print name for now. And then on my item base, I want to set up a function that when we overlap with the actor, let's get player character, and let's cast that to player character so we can get some actually we don't need that. we can just do this one, player character. So what this is going to say is when we overlap with something, we're going to check if it's the player. Let's check to make sure that our collision is overlap all. And then we want to get something on the player, so let's add our inventory component. To our player character. So now the player has the inventory component on them. And so we can say get the inventory component. And then we can call that pickup item that we just created, that function, and we can pass in the item info from this actor. And just to show that it's working, what is this? We can overlap with this, and we should print test item to the screen. If I were to create a child of this, called test item, and change the name of this one to this is a test. Let's also change the color of the sphere just so we can show which one is the test item. So now we have two different items in our game. If we overlap with this one, it prints test item. If we overlap with this one, it says this is a test. So we know now that these are two different items and they're each printing a different item. You do C++ as well as Blueprint. We do cover C++ later on in the course. We're actually going to create a very similar inventory system using C++ in week 7. But this is a beginner course, and we're starting with the basics. So I want to show how to do things in blueprints first. And then I think it's easier for beginners to translate that knowledge back to C++ once they have a frame of reference in blueprints. If people are not like programmers by trade, they don't have experience in programming, C++ can be pretty overwhelming. And so I think blueprints is a really good starting point for people that don't have that experience. We start with blueprints, we build some foundational knowledge, and then we can translate that to C++ in weeks 6 and 7 of the course. So now that we know that we can get access to that information, what we want to do is we actually want to store it. So we don't just want to get the information, we want to store it somehow, right? So remember I said that we can store structs in an array. So we can actually create a new variable, and we can call this item inventory. Call it whatever you want. We want to change the type to item base. Nope, we want to change item info. And let's create an array of this, right? We want this to be an array. And then we can just get this and add this item that we created. We can add the item that we picked up to the array. And this, what we're now doing, let's change the name of this to item info. What we're now doing is when we overlap with one of these items, we are adding it to an array of item inventory, which is an array of item info. And this array is essentially going to be our inventory. Like, that's it. That's it. So we can show this by, let's do a little, let's do like a for each loop here. And let's pass this in. And let's do a print. And let's break this. So what this is going to do, just as a test, is we're going to show every time we overlap an item, we're going to add it to our array, and then we're going to print out everything that's in the array. So let's overlap this once, and we're going to print it once. We overlap it twice, we print it twice. Then let's overlap this one. Now we have 3 items, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're adding like that array is getting longer and longer. Every time we overlap with it, we're adding an item to our array. I do think that, I mean, depends on your game, right? But I think there should be a limit to this, right? Like, we don't want to just be able to let the player pick up as many items as they want. So let's set a variable, and let's call this item limit, or we can call this inventory size. Let's create this as an integer, and this is just going to be a single integer. We don't need an array. And what we could do is we could do a check here. We could do a branch, and if our inventory is let's get the length of this, and once we reach that maximum item, then we don't want to be able to pick up is less than. Once we reach that number, then we want to stop the player from picking up additional items. And so we are going to get the length of this, and if it's less than the inventory size, which for now we can set as like 5, then we can pick it up, and if not, then we're not going to do anything. So let's show that this works now. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We picked up 5, and when I go to this one, we're doing nothing. We can no longer pick up items. So we know now that we have the ability to restrict the amount of items that the player can have in their inventory. And so, yeah, that's good, right? Probably a good thing. But I actually would like the player to be able to like interact with the inventory. So I think now we're going to do the thing that I dread to do on stream, is we need some widgets, right? We definitely need some widgets. So I'm going to create a new folder in my UI folder called inventory, and I'm going to create a few different things. Again, I got this cheat sheet project up over here. This is my cake that's already in the oven. All right. So the first thing I want is an actual widget that is my inventory. So I'm going to call this WBP inventory. And just to get this like visible, let's close this, close this. For now, let's just add what do I have on here? A vertical box. And let's add some text. let's just throw this in here. We can throw our inventory into our HUD. Let's dock it over here on the side. And there we have that we can see that we have the inventory widget up. The next thing I'm going to want is an inventory item. So let's go back to user interface. And this is going to be the container for the individual items in our inventory. And in here, I just want a border and an image, because we're going to use the image. We're going to show the image of the item that's in our inventory. I'm going to set the size to desired again, and for this border, I want to set the appearance as an image. And real quick, I'll just make kind of what I want. This is a really hacky way to do this. I'm not very good in like Photoshop, but I'm really good in Blender. So I created like a workflow where I can create UI items in Blender. And it's actually like my default here. Wait, was this one of my... No. All right. Let's create a cube. And I want to scale it way down on the Z. And I want to grab these 4 sides. I think I need to do this to make this work. Look at that. Let's render this at 256 by 256. Nope. Let's change the material of this to this glowy one that I made. Never thought you'd see someone doing 2D UI items in Blender, huh? Let's save this as inventory folder. All right, now we got a border for our inventory. Let's go to our inventory item. I want to change this to inventory border. There we go. Now we can have a border to our inventory even when there's no item in there. And this image, we can do 2 for padding. That way it'll kind of fit inside of there. How did I do it here? All right. And I also think I want some padding on my border. Like 5 maybe. Oh, maybe just padding on the border. Nope. There we go. So now whatever item, whatever image we set for our item is going to pop up in here, basically. All right. We're getting there. No questions yet? All right. We're going to keep trucking. I promise you, like, this stuff is super boring. But we'll get there. It is about an hour in, which means it's about time for me to take a breath. But let's get through this. Let's get through this first part, right? So one of the things I would love to do is create like a dynamic inventory so that the inventory can like grow or shrink depending on how many items are actually in the inventory. So let's just set the inventory size to something like 12 for now. And I'm going to create some functions here in my inventory to kind of add additional inventory slots to the inventory based upon the inventory size of our inventory component. So they're going to be kind of like linked to each other, right? The inventory component stores the data. The inventory widget is going to display the data to the player, but it's all just data still. There's no actual items. Like it's all just information that we're storing. So for this, what I'd like to be able to do, so let's say we want the player to be able to like change how many inventory items are shown in a row, or maybe like we want this to change depending on like the player's screen size. We want it to kind of update. I want to create a function where we can set how many items are going to be shown in each row of the inventory. So I want like essentially like a bunch of rows to spawn, and then each of those rows is going to hold the individual inventory items. So for this, I'm going to create a variable on my inventory widget, and it's going to be an integer, and it's going to be called row width. You could call it like items per row, items per row, right? And let's set this to have a base value of 4, just because we have 12, so that makes sense. I've written this functionality probably like 10 times, but I always have to remind myself how I did it. So I'm going to pull up my inventory. And yeah, all right, so we need one more inventory widget, and this is going to be called WBP inventory row. And in here, there's just going to be one item. It's going to be a horizontal box. And I'm going to change the name of this to HB row. I'm going to make it a variable. Set this to desired, and it's going to be empty. I know this might sound weird, but I promise, like I'm asking you to trust me for right now. It comes together. So, but I can break down what we're going to do. All right. So essentially, when we want to have a function, and it can actually be an event called update inventory. Custom event update inventory. All right. Inventory? Nope. And I'll call this right on construct for now. And we want this event to be able to update how the appearance of the inventory is going to look to the player. What else do we need? There's one piece missing. Yes. All right. In our inventory, we want to be able to add rows, but based upon the width that the inventory, the number of items in the inventory and the number of items per row in the inventory. So we do need one more thing in this vertical box. It's going to be another vertical box. And this should also be a variable, and I'm going to call this VB container. You can call it row container. That might be a better name for it. VB row container. All right. We're getting there. And this is where we want to create a function that looks at the number of items, breaks it down into a number of rows, and then creates that number of rows that it needs. And then in each row spawns the correct number of items based upon the item width that we set up. So that might seem a little confusing. We're gonna do it piece by piece. And I got my cheat sheet up so I don't mess anything up. All right. So we want to first create trying to remember how I did this. Not good. Inventory component. All right. So let's get first, we're going to need access to the inventory component that's on the player. So let's say get player character. And I kind of want this to be able to like be dynamic based upon like whatever character the player's using. So I don't want to like necessarily like cast to player character like this, because then if we decide to change the character, then this is no longer going to work. One of the beauties of using an actor component is that we can say get component by class, and we can get the inventory component, and we can do an is valid check to make sure that the player has an inventory component, right? Because if they don't, we don't want to do anything. And then I'm gonna create a variable of this, and I'm gonna call this player inventory. And if we notice, it is of type inventory component, so we can get the functions of that. And then actually I want all this to be here, and then I want to call this, because I just want this to happen no matter what. I don't want anything else to happen if this can't happen. So right when we create this widget, we're gonna get the player, we're gonna see if they have an inventory component, and if they do, we're gonna set it as a variable, and then we're gonna call this event down here, all right? And then we can do an is valid check on this, so we can get a reference to the player inventory and then convert it to a validated get to make sure that we do have an inventory. And then we can get the number, what do we call that? Item, inventory size. All right. And then I actually want to set this as a variable too, because we're going to use this a lot. And I'm going to call this, yeah, we can just call it inventory size. All right. Next thing I want to do is we want to understand the number of rows that we want to create, okay? And what we may end up with is a situation where like the inventory size is 12 and we're currently allowing 4 items per row. But what if this was 5, right? We want to be able to then create 3 rows and 2 of them would have 5 and then the third one would have 10. What if the items per row was 7? And then we would want 1 row of 7 and the second row would be 5. So we want to be able to basically check how many rows we need to create kind of at the beginning, right? So let's set this back to 4 for now, all right? And we're gonna use a function. So we're gonna call, we're gonna get this inventory size, right? And then I want to use an operator called the modulo. I can't remember if we use this yet, but what this does is it's a division, but it actually is going to return whether there's a remainder. So if we divide 12 by 5, we're gonna get 1 with a remainder of 5. So there would be a remainder. And then we can basically do a branch here and we can check, so inventory size divided by items per row, we can check, is this equal to 0? So is there a remainder or is there not a remainder, basically? And whatever this modulo returns, it's either gonna be 0 or something other than 0. So if it's 0, then we can do a division, a simple division, right? And we can just set this as a new variable called number of rows, right? So in this case, like our inventory size is 12, the items per row is 4, so we would get 3 rows, so this works, right? But if it's not, then we need to essentially take the result of this and add 1 to make that additional row to handle whatever the remainder is, okay? If that doesn't make sense, well, let's just review it again. But one of the things is also I could just take all of this, let me collapse it to a function. I'm gonna call this set number of rows, all right? And no matter what, we want to, we don't need to return. Both these will return the end, right? So yeah, that's good. All right, but let's just review what this is doing again, okay? So we get our inventory size, which we got from the inventory component. So this is how many items we can have in our inventory. We then have another variable called items per row. So how wide should the inventory be? We're gonna use the modulo operator. We're gonna see if there is a remainder. If there's not a remainder, then we know that this divides evenly into this, and we could just set that as the number of rows. But if there is a remainder, then this division, remember when we divide integers, it truncates, it just cuts off like whatever it is. So like 12 divided by 7 would return 1. but we actually need another row for those extra 5. So we want to add another row and set that as the number of rows. So we're basically going to get either an exact division, which will create that number of rows, or we're going to end up with some remainder and we need to add another row to fill in the extras. And we're getting there. We're almost at our Mr. Miyagi moment where the wax on, wax off is going to work. So now I want to go back here, and now I actually want to start adding my widgets. I'm gonna start pulling it all together, okay? So I want to get the number of rows, all right? And I want to create a for loop. Not a for each. Let's scroll down. I hate that they make this so hard to find. It's like they just thought people were never gonna use a for loop. And this is going to be the last index. So we want to do this the number of times for the number of rows. And the first index is going to be 1. You could create the first index as 0, but then you would need to subtract 1 from this. All right. And I want to create a widget. So I'm going to create widget. And this is going to be the inventory row. So we want to create an inventory row. And then instead of doing add to viewport, what we can do is we can get this row container that we created, which again is just this empty thing here. And we can add child to vertical box. And we can pass this in. And now we will create a row for every, we'll create an inventory row widget for every row, and we're gonna add those to this row container. All right, now for each of those, we wanna add an inventory item widget. So let's do another for loop. For this one, we want the last index to be inventory size. All right. So right here we have a nested for loop. This might be a little overwhelming, but it's working. Is there something in the chat? I think my chat is not working. All right. There's nothing in the chat. Good to know. All right, we're getting there. Let me go back to this thing. All right, there's also a so now what I want to do, man, I could not have made this more convoluted for a beginner series, but it ends up with a really cool inventory system. Just bear with me, I promise. All right. Now what I want to do is I want to get to see like how many of these we should create, right? But I can't just like blindly create 4 for like right now our number of items per row is 4. I can't just blindly add 4 to each row, because there might actually be a situation where we have that remainder, right? So I'm going to create another function. We're going to do some math. I want to create I'll just create the function, and it's going to be called is item in row. This is going to be a pure function. It's going to take, we're going to basically compare two numbers. We're going to have two integers that we input. The first one is going to be the index, and the second one is going to be called item number. All right. And let's just pull this here, right? So we want to compare the index of this inventory size loop to the number of rows. And there may be a better mathematical way to do this. This is just the way that I did it. And then we want to return a Boolean item, or let's just call this return. We want a branch here. All right, so we want to compare we can use this one. It's called in range. That's an integer, and we can basically say we can pass in a value, which is going to be this index, right? And we can see is the item index that we're passing in within the range of the row. So in this case, our inventory has 12 items. Each row is going to have 4. So the first row is going to contain items 1 through 4. The second row is going to contain items 5 through 8. The third row is going to contain items 9 through 12. So we want to see, is this index currently in the row that we're creating? So what we want to do is get the index that we're passing in, which is not item number, it's row number. Right? And we want to see minus 1. And then multiply by row width, items per row. And then multiply. All right. And then this is going to give us so this is give us like anything that's before that, right? So if this is row 1, we're going to have a 0 here. 0 times 4 is 0, and the minimum now is 0. And if we deselect this inclusive min, then it basically excludes whatever this number is. So we get 0. So now we're just looking for 1 through something else, right? So now if we do this times items per row, then we can get our max, and we do want to include the max because if it returns like 8, we want that to be in the row, right? So now we have a function, as wonky as it may seem, that can do some math and figure out, is the item that we are using actually supposed to be in that row? All right, that's all this is doing. I know, right? So let's go back here. And then what do we want to do now? Well, we want to create our item widget. So let's say create widget, and we're gonna say inventory item. We're finally at the end almost. And we want to get back here. We have this HB row, right? We want to add child to horizontal box. This is the end, I promise. Well, it's not really the end, it's just the end of this part. All right. Now, if we did everything right, when we spawn our inventory, we should get 12. 12! Oh man, look at that. Let's make those a little bit bigger. Inventory item. 256. All right, so there's our inventory. We got 12 items in our inventory. And now just to show that this all works, because I know it's kind of like backwards way of getting to this point. All right, let's change some variables. Let's mess with this a little bit, right? So let's change our inventory size. Let's allow the player now to have 30 items, all right? And in our inventory, let's set the items per row to something like 7. So what we should get now is 30 divided by 7. You're gonna get 4 rows of 7, and then there's gonna be 2 left over, so we should have a 5th row that just has 2, and that didn't work at all. What did I do wrong? 30, inventory component, inventory size, 30, inventory items per row, 7. What did I do wrong? Must be something wrong in my math. Why is that all? Why did I break it? All right, let's figure this out. Let's put this back to 12. Let's put this back to 4. So that works. This is the joy of programming live, right? I can't guarantee through the beauty of through the magic of editing that everything's going to work on the first shot. There's something wrong in the math though, because like if I look, I will show you. Items per row is 4. I think it's this back here. Something's messed up because if I look. If I set this to 3, we should still get equal numbers, right? Yeah, so that works. But if I have anything with a remainder, 13, then that's where it's getting messed up. See? So it's something that I did wrong in here. because it's creating the right number of rows. Oh, so it is creating the right number of rows. But then if there's a remainder, it gets confused. Let's test this theory by setting the inventory size to 15, right? And then the items per row to 5. Now we should get 3 rows of 5. So that works. Good to know. So it's creating the right number of rows. So this is working. I think maybe it's in here then. Is in row. Yes. Row width. It's creating the right number of rows. Number of items, inventory size. Is item in row. That looks correct. I do want to change one thing. So it's like, it gets confused if there's a remainder. Oh, I think it's that. This should be this. There we go. Thank goodness I pre-did this. All right, so why did that work, right? It was an error in our math. I was passing in number of rows. I should have been passing in the row number. So this should be called row number. That is the correct name for this, but I was passing in the wrong variable. I was always passing in the variable that we're setting back here, and then it just wasn't working. So now we're passing in the row that we're on, that we're currently on in the for loop, and then we're creating the widget on that. So let's do some more testing. Let's click items per row 7. Let's go back here. Inventory size 30. Now we should get 4 rows of 7 with a remainder of 2, and there we have it. So everything's working. So we now have an inventory, but what do we want to do now? We actually don't want a bunch of white blocks, right? That would be cool. So when we're spawning these inventory widgets, we want to be able to create, like, what is the item? What does the item look like, right? So there's another layer of complexity that we're going to have to do. We actually now need to get what are the items that are currently in the inventory, and we need to like from here, we need to get the inventory items, get item inventory, and we want to pass in, like based upon what item we're creating, the image for that item. So here on my inventory item widget, I'm going to need a new variable, because in each of these inventory items, I want to store the data for that item. So let's call this item info. This should be of type item info. And I want to make this instance editable and expose on spawn, so that when I'm spawning these, I can actually pass in some data. And if we right click now on refresh, we now have this item info. So now we can say get a copy, and the index is going to be this. But remember, this is an array, so the first index is 0. This one starts with 1, so we want to subtract 1 to make sure that we're getting the right index. But we have another problem. All this is empty, right? So we're just gonna get nothing. So what I actually want to do is, when we are creating our inventory, so here on our inventory, in our event graph, on begin play, I want to get my inventory size. I want to do a for loop starting with 1 and ending with inventory size. So because inventory size does not start with 0, starting with 1 and ending with, we want to get this items, and I want to add an item. And it can just be a blank item. And to show that we will do this, item info, we can do a function here if it's empty. So if, let's break this, if the name is nothing equal to not equal, how did I set that as nothing? Oh, let's do that. This is a little bit easier to see. Now we can see we have like an empty inventory. How did I make it so that it's not going off the page though? That's the real question. There we go. That's better. All right. We're getting there. What is a boot camp? What is a boot camp? All right. That's a good question, I guess. Let's stop. Let's pause for a second. And I think I actually need to take a little bit of a break. We're about halfway through. I've spent way too long on this stupid inventory. I was worried about this, honestly, because widgets take too long, and I tried to do this ahead of time. But it's just like, we're like almost done with the inventory, but like we're actually kind of not, because we haven't equipped it. We haven't done anything, right? I was like so worried we were going to spend the whole time on this stupid inventory. So we might have to do a second part to this stream, because we're only on we're like halfway through lesson 3, and we're halfway through the week. So, but a boot camp, like if you go to military, if you go into the military in most countries, I know in the US for sure, I imagine other militaries use a similar term, but it's like that first training where they're basically like trying to get as much out of the way as possible. I was actually in the military. I was in the Navy in the United States. I went to boot camp, and during that 9 weeks of boot camp, they basically just drill you constantly with all these new things and fresh things. But it's like setting that base level of knowledge for being in the military. It's been used a lot in technology lately, in the last maybe 10 years, to basically say like a boot camp is like to give you all of the basic knowledge that you need in a very short amount of time. I've seen a lot of like online web dev boot camps. I have friends that have gone through them. It's like, hey, a few months, we're going to teach you everything you need to know about web dev. So because of my military background, and because I wanted to create like an intro course for game dev and Unreal Engine, I'm calling this course Game Development Bootcamp. So that's that. MA3, I got out as an ET1. So I did electronics. I was one of the nerds sitting at the top of the ship playing with radios. All right. I got a little bit sidetracked again. I do this a lot. All right, what do we want to do? We want to be able to take, so now we have an empty inventory, right? But as we're adding each item to the inventory, we want to get that image, right? So we've actually created a bunch of like empty items now. And each of these is actually empty. We can show that by going to our item info. And if what were we doing? We were doing something back here. That's right. Let me find this function here. So we can say if the name is not nothing, so this is going to check if an item is not actually there, because right now we have an inventory but it's filled with a bunch of empty items, right? We can first of all, we can set tooltip. And we can set the tooltip to the name of the item. Why does this say target self? Set tooltip. Set tooltip text. And then we can set brush. I had a feeling that this inventory was going to take me the whole stinking week. I don't even know what I was thinking adding on more stuff. I should have just said week 4 is the inventory system. We're going to spend 4 stupid hours making an inventory system. Deal with it. Because I swear, like the problem is like widgets are so tedious. All right. And now when I hover over these, nothing happens, right? So now, after all of that, that was just to get the inventory like set up. Now what we need to do is actually add inventory, add items like to the inventory. So we did set up this pickup item, but this is no longer going to work because we now have an inventory that's full of empty items, right? And we don't actually want to keep adding more and more to it because it's it shouldn't be able to, right? So basically all of this I want to delete. I know. Crazy, right? But we fundamentally changed the way that this works, right? So now we're always going to have, because right here on begin play, we're always going to have I was on the Nimitz for 2 years and Bahrain for 2 years. Oh, I was in Bahrain too, for on and off. 2018, I was in the reserves and I got called back to active duty, and I was deployed and we were home based out of Bahrain. And I was on USS Peleliu for 4 years, 5 years, and then got stationed shore duty in Italy, which was awesome for a year, and then I got stationed as an instructor out of Norfolk. But all right, so here we're like filling our, like when we begin playing, we're filling our inventory with a bunch of empty items. What we want to do is we want to now set up a function to check. We want to find an empty item, and then we're going to replace that item with the one that we picked up. So we want to set up a function if we have an empty item, which is going to have a name of nothing, right? Then we want to set array element that has the index that matches to the item that we're passing in. All right, that's good. Then this actually will not work. We need a for each loop with break. then if we do pick up an item, I want to create a local variable called item picked up, and this is going to be a Boolean. We're going to set this as true. And then I want to break out of this for loop, for each loop. And then I want to return whether or not we did it. Let's call this all right. So I'll kind of like break this down because again, like these are kind of all right. Puzzling Outlaw says, I traditionally come to say thank you. If I see you online, I continue to work on my project what became possible thanks to your course. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate the feedback. It really helps me keep me motivated so I can keep making these courses for people to know that people are getting something out of them. The channel's still growing. People are joining the Discord all the time. People are, we got a game jam going on right now. That's been a lot of fun, a lot of cool stuff going on. So yeah, the community is definitely growing, and I'm very happy to see it. What do we want to do here? There's one thing missing. Inventory update dispatcher. Oh. So we're essentially changing our inventory right now, right? But we're not actually updating our inventory widget. So what I'd like to do is we can call this event update inventory, right? But it would be better to use a dispatcher. Remember we learned about dispatchers in week 1. So let's, on this inventory component, let's create an event dispatcher. I'm gonna call this inventory update dispatcher. But just a quick refresher if you forgot. A dispatcher sends out a message, it broadcasts it to the world. It is a one-way communication, so it doesn't care if anyone's listening. It's just going to do its job of sending the message out into the world, and that's its only job. So we want to call this, but then here on our inventory, we want to be listening for it. So I'm actually going to now bind to that, and I'm going to call bind to event to inventory update dispatcher. And we can just connect these little red squares and bam. Now, whenever I pick up an item, I'm going to refresh my inventory or update my inventory. So let's see that this works. Uh-oh. Did it again. The dreaded, I did something, I broke it. Hopefully it doesn't crash. We just gotta chill, we gotta chill. All right, we're almost done with this lesson. Let's get started on the next lesson. Oh, it did crash. See, I got this. We broke it. I hope I didn't lose too much. Autosave should have been helping me out. Let's start the next lesson while that reloads. Four. Did we even do everything in that lesson? No, because we were supposed to do a lot more. We were like pretty far behind. All right. I swear I save every 5 minutes. Yeah, I usually am much better at it. Usually a lot better about it. Let's see, what did we lose? We don't have our dispatcher, so we know we lost that at least. This is good. This is good. All right. That looks good. This is not good. We lost this. All right. Well, you guys are gonna have to bear with me. This is like, so my first course I didn't stream it live. I did it all pre-recorded. The problem is that takes a lot of time. So I was like, hey, I can create courses much faster, get content out faster if I do it live. This allows me to be more flexible, allows me to, you know, try to stay a little bit more up to date on what's happening in the world of game development. So yeah, I'm gonna stream a course live. That seems like a good idea. The problem is, like, anytime anything goes wrong, it's just like not good. So I don't know. I might ask for some feedback for those who have done both courses at the end. Because like it does work for the most part. It works a lot better for me, but the problem is, like, when I run into issues like this, it just slows the course way down. All right, we need that dispatcher. Call this. Return. think we're back on track. Oh man. All right. Let's save everything again. I don't want to, we were kind of getting here when we crashed. Inventory. We don't need this. All right. Find event to update inventory dispatcher. Compile, save all. Let's see if we crash again. All right, that's working. All right, so there's one more thing we have to do. And I'll show you again. I'll show you again what happened, and then you can see. So when I pick up an item now, notice it's like adding a whole nother thing, and it's just going to keep doing that. So we don't want that to happen. So here we can get our row container and say clear children. And basically what this is going to do is it's going to get rid of the inventory that was there before, put a new one in. So every time we're like rebuilding everything from scratch, basically. So now, can't catch a break today. Can't catch a break today. Shouldn't be too big a deal. We'd saved, everything was working. I wonder what's causing that crash though, because this, it worked and then it crashed. Let's save all. If it crashes again, I'm taking a 5-minute break. There we go. All right, so there we go. We got some items now. They're going into the inventory, and when we scroll over them, we can see that they have names. Test item, this is a test. If we go to our, this is a test item. Change the item image, and we can see now that they'll have different images based upon what we pick up. So we have an essentially we now have a working inventory. All right, but like we have a working inventory in the way that we can pick up items. That's essentially all we have. The functionality of those items is not even ready, but that hopefully won't take as long because there's not as many widgets to set up. Honestly, I think it'll be a little bit more streamlined, but it has been 2 hours. This is about where I need to get up, move around for a little bit. So I'm going to save all. So when we come back, everything's working. And I'm just going to take 5 minutes, maybe a little more. I'm going to set it for 5, but if I'm not back at 5, it's probably because I'm busy. I'm gonna have a snack, get some water, and I'll be right back. All right. I want to do another function. So when we have our items in our inventory, right? I don't know about you. When I play games like this, though, I'm kind of neurotic. I like to be able to like move the items around in the inventory. So I would like to create a function for that. But how are we going to do that, right? We need some way to tell the item like where it is in the inventory. So what I'm actually going to do is on my inventory item, I'm going to create another variable. I'm going to call this inventory position. Right? And I can use this actually, let's get through the rest. I'm going to switch gears. Oh my God. I think this is good, but I feel like at this point I'm a little bit behind where I wanted to be. I want to show that we can actually use the inventory, right? So moving it maybe isn't as important. I realized like as I was looking at the other project how much work there is, and I think we should come back to it if there's still time. But essentially, we have it on there now, right? We have this inventory item. We have an inventory position. Basically, what we need to do is, because we can do some other things first that will essentially feed into that. But we need to first be able to like interact with an item. So what I want to do is be able to, let's change this view so you guys can see a little bit better. I want to be able to interact with an inventory item widget. That's kind of like the first step. And the good news is there's some functions for this. We actually have them built right into a widget. So we can go here to our item widget, and if we go to functions, we can see that some of them are overridable. And if we click this drop down, look at all these. There's like a ton of them. So the first one I want to do is on mouse button down, this one. Okay. And we can see that this has like a few things. Geometry is the geometry of the widget. I don't care so much about this one for this purpose, but look, this one is called mouse event, and we can actually say detect drag if pressed, and we can set a key of the left mouse button. You could set two different keys, so you could set one for the left and one for the right. We're going to set it for the left mouse button. So on drag detected, if pressed, we can actually do a print string just to show that this is working. And let's pass in the name of the item. So if I drag on this one, like clicking and dragging, it's printing the name of the item. this is a test item. If I go to one of these nones, it just says none. So that's pretty cool. The next thing is, now that we actually have detected a drag, we can create like we can create a version of that item that we're dragging, so we can show that it's like attached to the cursor, so we can show the player like dragging it somewhere. So we can create another new widget. And this one's going to be called WVP drag item. And this is just going to have a border that is, we'll set this to desired, and an image. And the border is going to be invisible, right? And then the image, we need this to be a variable. So let's call this just image. Okay. Item image. Right. And we want this image to be we want to set the image when we create this drag item. So I'm going to create another variable called texture, image texture. This is going to be a texture 2D. And this can be expose on spawn and instance editable. And then we will get image, set brush from texture, pass this in. All right, so the whole point of this widget is just to like show that the player is dragging something. All right, so back here in our inventory item, there's another function that we can override, and it's called on drag detected. All right, and we can say create widget, and this can be our drag item, and it's asking us to pass in a variable, so we can get our item info. We can say get break, and then grab this image. Now we only need this, so we can actually I did this before really quickly, but over here there's a hide unconnected pins, and it just will now show the one that we wanted, so that helps keep things cleaner. If you ever decide that you want to show more of them, you can drop this down and select these back on so you can see different ones. But if you just select hide unconnected pins, it just gets rid of the rest of them. It's one of the things about a struct. All right. Now there's something built into Unreal Engine called like a drag drop operation, and we, believe it or not, it's like another class. So what I want to do is create another new class. I can't remember where this one is. Is it here? Drag drop operation. and I'm going to call this BP drag drop item. And in here, we just need, this is where we can pass information in to the widget that we're dragging. We can pass information from the widget we're dragging to this drag item, right? And then we can use that information later on. So let's create two variables. The first one is going to be of item info. And the second one, and we'll call this item info. The second one is going to be a variable, and this is going to be called item position. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. I swear, this inventory thing, once you do it once though and you have it, like, it kind of makes more sense, but it's just so tedious. Like, it's so tedious. All right. So now we have this BP drag drop item. Both of these variables need to be instance editable and expose on spawn, because we want to be able to pass the information in from the item that we picked up. And then when we drop the item, we want to pass that information to the next place. So back in inventory item, let's say create drag and drop operation, and we can find our BP drag drop item, and we can see now we have the item, we have the item info and item position that we created. So we can take those from our item that we are dragging. And then this gets connected here. If we hover over this, it says the drag operation was detected. So we can pass in this as our reference. And now that information is going to travel with the item as long as we're dragging it. Oh, we need to pass this in. Default drag visual. All right, let's see that this works now. Let's grab one of these items, and then we can drag it and see it's following my mouse now. So that's pretty cool. And then I can drop it and we go back to playing. So let's drop it somewhere. Let's drop it into another widget. I need my cheat sheet. There is another function that we can override, and it's called onDrop. And look at this one. It looks so. We can take our onDrop, and this is, we see it has passes in a reference of the drag drop operation. We can cast this to drag drop item, so we can gain the information from that item that we passed in. So we can get item info, and we can set that as the item info for this item. And then, so that's going to change the item info. So like if we did this and we drag it to another space, it's not going to work yet, right? It did pass some information in there, but not really, because remember the item, we're building this inventory from our inventory component. So we drop an item and then we refresh that item based upon the inventory, right? So what we actually need to do is let's look at this. All right. We need to create another function, but on our inventory component called move item. So let's create move item. Somehow I ended up back here. Let's create two inputs, and they're both going to be integers. And I want the first one to be called starting position. And I want the second one to be called target position. We want to keep track of where the item came from and where is it going. And we're essentially going to take those two and we're going to swap them. We're going to swap spaces. And we'll build on this a little bit more when we equip our items, but let's get our item inventory and let's get a copy, and this is going to be of target position. And let's set this as a local variable called holding, because we don't want to lose track of what was already there, right? There's an item there, so whatever the target position is, we want to keep track of the item that was there. If we just drop the item in, then we lose a reference to what was already there. So then we want to get this again. Nope. We want to get another one, and this one is going to be starting position. So what was in the position where we started from? And I want to set array element of the target position to the one that was in the starting position. So now what we've done is we've taken our target position where we're dropping it. We're creating a temporary holding place for this so we don't lose track of what was there. And then we're going to take the starting array element and we're going to put it into the target element. Then we want to get this again, and we want to set array element. And we want to get the one that was the starting position. And we want to pass in whatever this holding one was. And then we're going to call this. Now, does this work? I don't remember. I don't know if there's something else we needed to do. All right. No, yeah. There is something else we needed to do. Inventory item. Back here. Let's get player character, because we're not actually calling that. Let's get component by class. get our inventory. Let's check if it's valid. It's always a good idea, especially when we get into C++. We want to do this even more because you can actually break things pretty easily. All right, and then if it is valid, let's call move item. All right. Now remember, with this drag drop operation, we passed in a position, get item position. And this is going to be the starting position. And the target position is going to be the position of the actor that we're dropping it onto. So we can say get inventory position. And now it should work. Let's pick up a couple of these. Nope. Something. All right, let's go here. I just want to check if this is even working. And also, let's get rid of this print string. Where is that? Hello. So it is working. So we're calling on drag detected. We're calling on drop even. On drop, do we actually have? Test item. This is a test, so this is not empty. So that's working. So we're getting our target one, we're setting it to holding, we're getting our starting one, setting it to target, and then we're getting our holding and setting it to starting. And then here, oh, I know what's going on. When we're building our inventory, we need to pass in, the items don't know what number they are. We did it. I hate widgets. All right, we can move we can organize now. So let's get a bunch of red ones, and a bunch of green ones. Let's get all the red ones together and all the green ones together. And look, we can have a nice organized inventory now. But who cares, right? What's the point of all this? Really what we want to be able to do is use these items. So we're finally getting to the point. Like so far we've spent 2.5 hours just getting the inventory set up, but like it doesn't do anything. What we now need to do is allow an item to actually do something. So let's create a new item. And it's going to be a child of item base, and it's going to be called BP weapon. And do we already have a BP weapon? We have a weapon, but it's not a BP weapon, it's just a weapon. All right. This is probably gonna take the rest of the time to get this weapon set up correctly. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do. First of all, the gun system that we created doesn't, we gotta rewrite everything. Yeah, I think what I've realized is this was just too ambitious for 1 week. So let's get as far as we can, all right? First thing I want to do is in my inventory component. I want to create, what I want to do is I want there to be the ability to equip weapons. And in order to do that, we got to set up some new functions, right? So this is actually lesson 4. We're there. Are you a veteran making videos for YouTube, or are you following videos since 4 weeks? I am a veteran making YouTube tutorials. This is a tutorial series that I wrote. I have a YouTube channel that I already have like 1 full course that's on YouTube for free right now. You can go watch it. It's like a couple years old, so it's probably a good time to reset. So I created a whole new course from scratch. And we're on week 4 of it. So you can watch weeks 1 through 3. They're already on my YouTube channel. I actually feel like I need to redo this. Like, I just, I knew going into this week, like, I was like, this week's gonna suck. Because like widgets are just like, they don't make for good content. And like, I can't edit out all the little things. Like when you're watching a live stream, you're just seeing it in real time, like in all of its glory. So yeah. But I was in the Navy, if that answers your question. All right, so lesson 4. In this lesson, we want to create some equipment functions. We're going to be able to equip an item and unequip an item. And if we get to it, we may drop items too, but I don't think we'll get there. So let's create our inventory functions to equip and unequip an item. I did the Ninja Challenge during COVID, but I guess watching you can't hurt to refresh my memory. I don't know what the Ninja Challenge is, but sounds fun. All right. So on my inventory, here's what I want. I'm gonna need something to keep track of what weapon I currently have equipped. So that's why we wanted to make BP weapon, which we did, right? BP weapon. Let's just change the way this thing looks. One thing is item. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Close this. So now there's a rifle over there that we could pick up, right? Let's do some magic in Blender. I'm going to export this. I'm going to go to Blender. I'm going to import it. There we go. All right, now when we pick up this rifle, we got a rifle in our inventory. Look at that. All right. Hopefully I didn't go too fast. Oh my God. I need to redo this week. This is going to be called rifle. It's going to be weapon. All right. Oh. All right. So we want the ability to equip this weapon. So here in my inventory component, let's create a new variable to keep track of what weapon that I have equipped. This is going to be of type BP weapon. And I'm going to call this equipped weapon. All right. And I want to compile this. And I already know we need another variable. So I'm just going to call this starting weapon, because when we spawn into the game, we won't have a weapon equipped yet. So we just want to be able to equip one right at the beginning. So I'm going to create a new function called equip item. And this is there's a lot here, right? There's a lot here. So first thing we want to do is I want to actually check, is this valid, right? If it is valid, then that means we have a weapon equipped. If it is not valid, then that means we do not have a weapon equipped. So if it is valid, then I want to create a holding place for the weapon that we have equipped, because we don't just want to like get rid of it. We want to, again, we want to keep track of the item that was there because we're dealing with data. And if we lose the data, then it disappears. So I'm going to create a local variable. I'm going to call this current weapon. And I like for my local variables to put L at the end, so I remember that this is a local variable. And in this equip item, I want to pass in two variables. The first one will be starting position. If the we basically want to pass in, actually don't even know if we need that. Let me see. We do. All right. And then we also want to pass in the item info. Because essentially when we equip an item, when we call equip item, we're going to be doing this like on the HUD, on the inventory, on the like here on our HUD. We'll have another thing over here to keep track of what item is equipped called equipped item, and we want to drag an item from the inventory onto the equipped item to equip it. So let's just do that right now. Blueprint WBP equipped. We could do the same thing we did with the It's all widgets this week. If you hate widgets, bad week to party. All right, on our HUD. I think next time I do this, when I do this list again, I'm just gonna have all these widgets set up and created, and that way we won't spend half of the time making widgets. All right. This one we're gonna need to do a little bit different, but let's just set up this function for now, because I have a feeling we're gonna run out of time. We want to get this item info, get item info, and I want to get the class from it, and I want to spawn an actor of that class. All right, and I'm going to do this whether this is valid or not. And for the spawn transform, we can just split this, because we're going to be doing some weird stuff in a second. And then we want to cast this to BP weapon. This is just a check to make sure that it is actually a weapon. We'll put some extra checks in place for this in the future, but if it is, then we will set that to the equipped weapon. So far what we've done is when we call equip weapon, we're gonna see if we already have a weapon equipped. If we do, we're gonna put it in a holding place so we can use it later on. And then we're gonna take whatever item info we passed in. We're going to get the class of that item, and then we're going to spawn an actor of that class, make sure it's a weapon, and then save it as the equipped weapon. So now the item that we equipped is the equipped weapon, but there's a bunch of other stuff we got to do. Right? We got to set collision. So we want no collision on this weapon. If you don't do this, you're gonna get some really weird behavior. So we're gonna say set collision, and also for mesh, set collision, set. No, we want to get mesh. No collision on anything, right? Then what we want to do is, so the next thing we want to do is we want to put the gun into the player's hand. And we can do this. So let's go here and let's look at this mesh that we have. Let's open it up. And I want to find this person's right hand. There we go. What we want to do is we want to put the gun that we just spawned into the player's hand. And so I can actually right click on this and say add socket. And I can call this socket right hand socket. That's perfect. Let's copy this so we can use it. All right. So now we want to, let's get player character. let's cast it to BP player character. All right. Let's get mesh of the player character. And then we can do this function called attach. Attach component to component. This is going to be equipped weapon. So get mesh. And we want to, so this is, what this is doing is it's going to take whatever the mesh is, and we're going to attach it to the player, but we can attach it to a socket, and we can attach it to the right hand socket. Now we want, this is going to allow us to like override how we're doing it. So we can say snap to target on location and rotation, and it might look a little weird when we first do it, but we will fix that. So let's just, for now, see that this is working. So when I overlap with this, no, when I all right. When I drag this weapon that I picked up into this position, I want it to do something different than what was done before, right? So this is the equipped item. Let's make this a little bit bigger so it kind of like sticks out more on the player's screen. Yeah, looks good. So we want to override the on drop for this. Let's cast this to our drag drop item, because that's going to contain some of those variables that we need to get access to, right? Let's get player character. Let's get component by class. Let's get the inventory component. And let's call equip item. Wow, look at this, we're getting there. All right, so what is the item info that we want? Well, we have get item info from this drag drop item, right? What is this starting position? Well, we have get item position from here, right? We'll use this in a bit. And then we can get this image, say set brush from set brush. From texture. And we can break, pass that baby in, and hopefully this is going to work. Let's go pick up this item. Look at that. All right, so we got a couple weird things now, right? We can't really see them, but we, I wish I could zoom in. Actually, let's, yeah. Let's get our spring arm. Let's move in a little bit. I want you guys to be able to see this. All right, we're a lot closer now. So when I drag this rifle, notice that like now it's like kind of wonky, right? What actually is I have two rifles. I have the one that was already there, and I have another one that's like kind of facing the wrong way. It's facing backwards. So what this means is one, we'll fix that error in a second, that the way I'm spawning the rifle into the player's hand is the wrong orientation. So we can fix that by finding this, and let's just show that I'm gonna move it by 100 degrees. We're gonna get that error again. And now it should be facing kind of like off to the side, I guess. Yeah, so now we need to rotate it like another 90 degrees. Let's try 80. All right, that's getting closer, but now the location's a little bit off. So that's actually being caused by this weapon. So let's move this collision down to like 50, minus 50, 0, right? 25, right? And let's move this so that the handle is like right on that. See, this is like the, this is like the origin of this actor. So now when I do this, should be a little bit closer. Still not quite right. Let's actually get rid of this so we can see a little bit better. Oh, it needs to be rotated that way now. So it's like this. It's getting there. All right, and then we need to move forward like quite a bit. We'll do that on the weapon. It's interesting that this here maybe. Can move the socket. That's fine. It's pretty close. Maybe forward a little bit more and then actually like up. good enough. Now it looks like it's at least in his hand. Let's do like a minor tweak. That looks a little bit better. All right, cool. Now, why is this one? Because the current weapon is not actually equipped, which means we need actually when we start the game, we don't have a weapon equipped. So we can actually fix that by creating another function called equip starting weapon, and getting this starting weapon spawn actor from class. This is going to be a little weird, so just bear with me. Nope. Get item info, equip item, pass that in. Starting position can stay 0, and then we want to destroy this. Oh, we got to call it. Now we start with the weapon, and it's the weapon. Now we actually have a weapon equipped. This is not working. I think it's because I need to. Let's just show that this is working. Man, I can't believe it's already 1. I've spent 3 hours doing this stupid inventory. Let's create another weapon, child. I'm going to call this BP rifle, BP assault rifle. And for this one, I want to set it to gold. I want to show that this is a different weapon. And for the rifle, let's create, duplicate, And this one we can. How do I do this? There we go. Good God, man. All right. But why? Oh, I think I'm just getting sick of this. Oh, man. This music got too chill, too. It's putting me to sleep. All right. What can we do in 45 minutes? This is like, I just don't know why this isn't working. This should be destroying the old weapon, spawning the new one in. There we go. Now I have the golden gun. But I want to drop it. Like when I equip it, I want to drop it from my inventory also. So let's do that. Let's create another function called drop item. This is going to do the same thing, believe it or not. All right. What we want to do is we want to find the item. So we're going to call drop item. But we want to find the item in our inventory array. And so if it's equal to inventory position, because we want to be able to call this regardless. Like we want to be able to pass in an item. So drop, find that item, goner. Set array, and we can just set it back to an empty array item. Call up inventory update dispatcher. And then break this. Oh gosh. For each loop with break. Can't believe how long this has taken. I knew I was being ambitious this week, but I didn't know it was going to be this bad. Because we built all this stuff from scratch. Like realistically, I should have started ahead of time and like done some of these like more tedious functions and got them working. But yeah. All right. So now equip weapon. We attach it. We can call drop item and pass in starting position. Oh, that's weird. All right, that's working. All right. let's go back and review everything that we had to do to get this going. All right, so to equip an item, first thing we're going to do is see if there's an item equipped. If there is, we're going to set that as a temporary variable so we can use it later. Then we're going to get this, the item info of the item that we passed in. We want to spawn an actor of that class. We want to make sure that it is a weapon, and then we're going to set that as the equipped weapon. We're going to remove all collision from that actor. Then we're going to get our player. We're going to attach our weapon to our player's mesh in the right-hand socket. We did set up that socket, so it's in about the right place. Then we want to drop an item of starting position. So whatever item that we dragged, we want to drop that one from the inventory so that we don't end up with duplicates of it. Then we want to see if that current weapon that we set way back at the beginning is valid. If it is, we want to pick that item up so it goes into the inventory so we don't lose it. So if the player had a weapon equipped, they equip a new one. The weapon that was equipped goes into the inventory. And then we destroy that weapon because it was in the player's hand. We want it to go in the inventory so there's no more physical version of it in the game. And now we have equipped a weapon. We also set up this drop function, unequip. God, what would unequip be? Let's not even worry about that right now. I'm so sick of inventories. What's the next lesson? We may get halfway through this week. Oh, man. I know what this is. I know what this one is, and I'm not going to like it. We're still talking about inventory. Oh, man. I do actually think this one is a good one, though. And I think I can go a little bit over. All right. Let's look at this. So we have the ability to equip an item, right? But let's say that we want there to be different types of items. So we can equip a weapon, but what if we wanted the player to be able to equip an armor, right? Or in the beginning of the week, we talked about like an equipment, a grenade could be either a consumable or it could be a piece of equipment, right? So what if we wanted the ability to equip grenades, different grenades that the player could throw? We want to be able to, like, when we call equip item, we want it to like equip different things. Now we could just equip, could just create a different function. So like equip weapon, equip armor, but it would be cool if we had a way to like do different things based upon what type of item it was. And remember back here, let's close some of this stuff. Remember when we set up our item info, I created this placeholder for item type. Now we could just continue to use a string, but one of the problems with using a string is like we could call this a weapon, right? And then anything that's an armor, we can call it an armor. But like if there's we're gonna get in some situations where if things aren't perfect, or what if we call the thing the wrong thing, then we may end up with some weird behavior, right? But what we can actually do is set up like we can restrict the types of items that are available. And we can do this with a type of variable, or is it a variable? I don't know. Called an enumerator. So this is actually lesson 5, enumerators. Right? right? It's enumerators. So in this lesson, we're going to describe an enumerator. We're going to create an enumerator for item types. Then if we have time, we probably might have time to finish this. We're going to create a new type of item called BP armor. And then we're going to set up hopefully a way to equip armor in our game. So what is an enumerator? An enumerator, think of it almost like a drop-down list. We can set a series of related types of items, and we can use a switch statement to switch functionality based upon what the enumerator type is. Now we've already used some enumerators, so like line trace by channel, there's this channel type that had this like different green thing. That's an enumerator. The draw debug type had a bunch of different things we could choose from. That's an enumerator. So it's really good like when you are a programmer and you want to set things up for designers, but you want to like put some rails on it. Like they can't just do whatever they want. You must pick from these different types. You can set up an enumerator. You can see here, there's one as a representation. We have weapon, armor, grenade, consumable, ammo. So we can set different item types for our item. So let's create an enumerator for item types. Let's go to our inventory, and this is pretty simple. We're going to right click, and then I think again, this is in miscellaneous, might be in blueprint, enumeration. All right, I'm gonna select this, and the, I think these are usually like E for enum. And then I'm going to call this item types. Let's open this up and see what it looks like. So here we can add an enumerator, and the display for this one, let's call the first one weapon. Let's add another one, and let's call this one armor. And let's add a third one called consumable. Now, one thing about enumerators that I usually like to tell people is if you're going to use an enumerator, think like design the system well ahead of time and make sure you capture all of the types that you want. So for in the other example I showed, we had grenade. If you would like the ability to equip grenades, make that decision and then set it up when you're doing this. If you want a grenade to just be considered a consumable, then you can do that. You just set it up as a consumable. Ammo, you can create a different system for ammo if you want, but if you wanted it to be like something that goes into the player's inventory, you want to be able to pick up ammo, and you want it to be part of the inventory component, then do that early. You could do it other ways, but really, like, you just need to consider all the possible solutions. It's not that you can't change it, it's just that changing it with enumerators becomes a little bit harder, because you got to go back and like redo a bunch of stuff. I usually, like, especially with beginners, like I tell them, like, be careful with enumerators because you can end up with some really messy code. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I love the feedback. You know, it really helps keep me motivated. So thank you for saying that. So for now, just to keep this simple, and also because this is taking a lot longer than I thought it was going to be, we're just going to start with 3. I'm going to do weapons, armors, and consumables. Those are going to be my 3 types. Now I can go back to item info. I can change the, let's save all. Whenever you're changing a struct, Unreal Engine doesn't crash for me that often, but consistently changing something in a struct, it makes it crash more than anything else I have found. So I'm going to do this drop down of item type. I'm going to type item type, and see we have this E item types. And now we have a drop down, and we can only select the item types that we set in our enumerator. So now we can go to this equip item, and we can call switch on item let's get this, let's break this out, and let's call a switch on item type. Switch on item types, right? So we are taking this item info that we passed in of equip item, and we're going to switch on item types, and we have one for weapon that's going to go here. This is all the stuff to equip the weapon. And then we can create another one for armor. So let's do that. Whew. All right. I know we're running into time. I think we can finish this. And then the next lesson was going to be particle systems. And then I think we could skip that one. And then the rest of the stuff, honestly, I think this will probably be the last lesson. So let's just make sure we do it right. Let's end on at least having the inventory complete, because the rest of the stuff wasn't really inventory related. It's some additional functionality for our game. I do feel like I just need to get up and move around for a little bit. So I'm going to do that for a couple seconds, and then I will be back. Let's call it 1 minute. Oh man, streaming's fun. I do enjoy it, but like I knew when I was writing this course, I'm like, week 4 is gonna suck. And the funny thing is, I even took some stuff out because I was like, it's gonna take too long to do this inventory system, and I'm still like only halfway through the week. So I'll have to, honestly, the rest of the lessons are a little bit more put together. I just knew, like, inventory systems are so complex. Like, people, I think, underestimate the complexity of storing data and making sure that you're not breaking something. And I also will tell you that this inventory system that I created, I definitely knew it was going to be complex, so I wanted to make sure that I like built it ahead of time to make sure it worked out all the kinks. Because I've built inventory systems in the past, and like you think everything's working, and then you run across like the edge case where it breaks everything, and it's just really frustrating. So it's definitely one of these things that I just, yeah. So we also are gonna do like a similar system to how we set up this weapon. So I know I want to create some new variables, but just to start to keep everything organized, I'm going to put some categories on this. So for these weapon ones, I'm going to make the category weapon. And that way, like, they're all kind of like organized. And then I want to create another variable that's called, oh, we don't have our BP armor yet. Let's create BP armor. So from item base, let's create a new child, and this is going to be called BP armor. Just so that we can see that the armor is different, let's make it a cube instead. Just for now. Let's do steel. All right. All right. Let's put one of these into the world. Let's hack this thing together, and then we'll call it a week. All right. So BP armor. What do we want armor to have? Let's just have one variable. What I think I actually want to do is have this handled by the health component that we made. So instead of creating like a new armor component, I just want to throw it all into the health component and have like one component that does it all, basically. All right. So when we pick this up, we want the default class to be set as armor. This is going to be called armor. This is going to be save all. Item base. The armor is going to show up as an android. All right, let's pick it up. Let's pick up this armor. All right, we got our little android there, and we can equip it, which is not what we want. So let's go to our equipped item. I want to create a new variable on this of that item type. Item type. And I want to create a check back here. That is going to check break this out equal enumerators. Make sure don't be fooled by these ones. They are not the right ones. You need this enum equal. And we want to check that it is equal to the type that we are trying to equip. And if it is, then we will do it. Where's my HUD? Weapon. All right, so now I shouldn't be able to equip the armor into the weapon slot. Does not let me. I can equip weapons in weapon slots, but I cannot equip armor in armor slots. All right, now but what we could do is we can actually, let's go back to our HUD. Let's duplicate this, equipped item. Let's duplicate it. Let's put it here. What is it? 200, 150. But let's make this one an armor. Okay, now check this out. I've got a weapon and an armor in my inventory. I can equip the armor into the armor one and the weapon into the weapon one, but I cannot do the alternate. And that is because when we put these in our HUD, we can set the item type to weapon, the item type to armor, and then in our equipped item, we're getting the item type of that. Goodness gracious, too many spaghettis. And we're verifying that it is the correct type. And then only then are we doing the equip stuff. So we've already created like a pretty versatile system that allows like pretty easily scalability. If we wanted now to set up the grenade, we could just create a new equipped item on our HUD. Make sure we change the item type to grenade, and that's it. So we're already like thinking about long-term scalability, things like that. But let's equip this armor. How do we want to do this? Let's do some stuff. Let's close out a lot of this stuff. Armor value is what? Let's call it 100. Save all so I don't destroy my life again. Item base can be closed, equipped item can be closed. I want the HUD open, and I want the player character open. I want this health component so I can add armor to the health component. All right. Let's add two more things. Let's add maximum armor. This is going to be an integer. Let's add current armor. That will also be an integer. Let's make maximum armor 100. Let's make this do this. All right. On our HUD, let's actually let's create a new UI element. I think this HUD's starting to look a little bit ugly. Let's create a new widget. And this is going to be called WEP player health. let's grab a vertical box, throw that on there. I want to get 2 of these progress bars. Remember, we set up a health bar in our first game. Desired progress bar. So I want to set up a system where the armor, like the health is just health. You take damage, you lose health, but armor can refill, you know, like Halo or one of those type games where you have the armor, it kind of alleviates any temporary, like any like immediate damage, but after, like over time, it will fill. Let's add this to our HUD. Health. Let's put it down here. No, that's way too small. With 500. You know what else I want to do? Oh, man. All right, let's just do that at the end. I just want to get this working for now. So player health. We want armor. So I want to create a, let's see how I did it here. So I'm going to create another I'm going to create a function called armor handling. And you could create this as its own functionality if you want. Just for time's sake, I'm going to put it all under one, okay? We want an input of incoming damage. And we want an output of damage remaining. Because if the armor isn't big enough to handle all the damage, then we want to pass that on to the health, right? We want to take our current armor, subtract just like we did with health, right? And then we want this to be, we want to promote this to a local variable, all right? And I'll show you why in a second, but we want to call this remaining armor, right? And then we want to see if this is greater than 0. Greater than or equal to 0. All right. And the reason is this could end up being a negative number. So we want to keep track of that. Like if it is negative, we want to do something different. But let's say that there's still armor remaining. That's a much easier case to handle. We then just set our current armor to armor remaining, but let's clamp it so we don't end up with some weird stuff. So we're going to clamp so we're going to pass in armor remaining, clamping it between 0 and maximum armor. So that's if the damage done does not completely deplete the armor. So that's actually just done. And then there is no damage remaining, so damage remaining becomes 0. So now let's do this. So if it does completely deplete the armor and there is remaining damage to do, we want to set current armor to 0. So the armor is now 0. And then we want to do another return node. And what we actually want to do is, if this is a negative number, we want to make it positive. That way we can do damage as health. So let's multiply it by -1. That way, because what we could end up back here, like if our armor is 20 and we take 50 damage, this is going to be -30, right? But we want to pass that as damage to the health. So we're going to make it a positive number so we can pass it as damage. And that's that. Now, just to test this, let's create a damage volume. I usually actually do this just so you can test all this stuff. Damage volume. I like to use a cylinder. I like to put it 50 and then make it a little bit bigger on X and Y. And then let's just make a material. let's make sure the collision is something we can overlap. And then on overlap, apply damage to whoever did it. Let's make it 25. So now we can test if we can take damage, right? All right, so now here, let's do armor, handling. Not really sure why you needed to do that. Get rid of this. Player health. Let's do this. All right, so now when we take damage, it should come out of the armor first. And then the health. And then the player's dead. All right, now. We're almost there. This week has been fun. Oh man. Let's set up the functionality to have the armor refill itself. So on our health component, let's create a new, let's start by creating a new function called recharge armor. And in here, we want to set our current armor as a clamped value between current armor +1 with maximum armor being the top. Then we want to check, is this greater than or equal to maximum armor? And if it is, we're going to do something. But for right now, let's go back to our event graph. Let's create a new function called, this is going to be a custom event. And it's going to be called, what is it going to be called? Set recharge timer. All right. Now, what we want to do is we want to eventually at the end of this, we're going to set timer by function name. It's going to be a recharge armor. We want it to be looping, and we want to do, let's just do .1 for now. All right. There's also a function or a node called retriggerable delay. And how this node works is it's a delay, but every time you trigger it, it restarts. So this is actually perfect for things like we take damage. We want to set a timer to for a recharge delay, basically. And then once that delay is over, then we can set timer by function called recharge armor. But as long as this delay is happening, if we get hit again twice, then the timer resets. So let's set it to something like 2, just so we can see this working. And if we're going to do this, we need to do one more thing, and that is clear timer by function name recharge armor. What this will do is if the armor is currently recharging, then we get hit, it'll stop recharging. All right. So this essentially will set up the functionality for like a recharging armor. So we get hit, we wait 2 seconds. And it's been longer than 2 seconds. Recharge armor. Oh. +1. We wait 2 seconds. Wait 2 seconds. What is going on here? Oh. We need to call that. So when we get hit, man, it's been a day. Set recharge timer. Number one bug for me is creating a function and then it doesn't work, and then it's just because I wasn't calling it. Wait 2 seconds. Armor's gonna start reloading. That's way too slow. So let's go back to our health component. .1. Wait 2 seconds, starts to fill back up. If I get hit again, it needs to wait another 2 seconds, another 2 seconds. Let's get hit a bunch of times. And then now look, we have health missing, but the armor is refilling. if we get it to something like we're not taking exactly 25 damage now, right? So if we let it fill up a little bit, let it fill up a little bit. Like we're taking just the remainder of the damage, and then we're dead. So that's all working. We got a health component working. Now, the whole point was to equip it, right? So when we equip this armor, why were we doing this? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to come back to this. Let's set this as an object reference. This is going to be equipped armor. Let's create another one. Starting armor. This can be a soft reference. Starting armor is none. Equipped armor is whatever. And then is equipped armor valid? Promote to local variable. We're going to do a lot of the same stuff. Current armor. We don't have to worry about all this like collision stuff because we won't spawn one. We'll just know that that's the armor. We do. No, I guess we do need to spawn it, but we'll just destroy it. So I need to worry about this. I need to worry about this. If you wanted to spawn the armor, like to have like a visual representation for the player, you could do that. Oh, that's always going to be null, right? No, it won't be null. Let's see if this works. I think this will work. One thing I want to do is on this player health widget, I just want to So I do need to spawn it. Oh. Oh man, it works. It works. All right, we're a little bit over time, but hopefully you could follow along with that. Jesus Christ, what a mess. All right, what we did here is not the best week. I'm not gonna lie. We did a lot of the same stuff as equipping the weapon, but we wanted to set the armor value as whatever it was on there. So I'm getting my health component and setting maximum armor to the armor value on the BP armor. And then we destroy that actor. We drop whatever was in that slot, and then we want to pick up if current armor was valid. So let's just check everything is working here. We got a bunch of different armors. We equip this armor, it's good. We equip this armor, it's good. We didn't pick up the old one, so that's some type of bug. I think it's this. So anyway, I think that's pretty much good for today. So we didn't get through most of the lessons. We got through 5 of them. So we were halfway there. Things that we didn't get through. If we go back to this course overview. So we got through lessons 1 through 5 here. We didn't get to set up our particle systems. We didn't get to set up our win and lose conditions. We didn't get to talk about game instance or save game class. These are all really important. I think I'm gonna have to do another stream to pick those up. Also, there's quite a few bugs in the way this is working. I'd like to clean it up a little bit. You know, lesson learned, I knew going into this, it was gonna be a mess. It's a hard week to get through for me. Hopefully it wasn't a complete mess. I think that there's probably going to be a lot of questions in the comments. People watching things like 10 times, like, what the hell is he doing? Maybe I'll just redo the whole thing and just call it, you know, just do a remix, a redo. But I do think we at least need to get through the rest of these because they're going to come up throughout the rest of the game, throughout the rest of the course. So I'll definitely do lessons 6 through 10 on another stream. The inventory system is kind of working. There's still a lot of bugs we got to fix. There's still a lot of things that aren't really working the way we want them to. Took 4 hours to get to this point, which is crazy. Like, if you're still watching, like, props to you, man. I'm sick of me. I don't know how sick everyone else is of me. But hopefully you at least learned something, right? We did cover a lot. A lot of it was widgets. A lot of it's like getting data to pass back and forth. Hopefully you understand structures and data tables a little bit better by now. Enumerators are pretty simple to get, but just how to create one. So yeah, next week we're gonna start our third project. So I'll do another stream to finish out the week for this one, and I might go back and redo this stream at some point too, just cleaned up a little bit. But next week, so July 13th, we're going to talk about something super important, that is source control. This is a key to game development. Like, you need to understand this if you're ever going to work on, like, not even for multiple person projects, but even just for my own projects. Like, every project I make, if I spend more than a few hours on it, I put it on source control. Like, you want to create backups. So we're going to talk about source control. What does that mean? And then we're also going to get started on our third project, which is an action RPG, kind of like Fable, or for people that aren't as old as me, The Witcher. And then we're going to start, for the rest of this course, digging in a little bit to C++. So hopefully you come back, you watch the rest of this course. Don't let this week be an indication of the quality of this course. I promise I'm better at this than I demonstrated today. But last plug, if you want to get some one-on-one tutoring, maybe you're trying to go through this and you're like, I don't get this at all. You want to set up a one-on-one session. You can set up a 60-minute session through my website. You can scan this, or you can go to jimdouglas.com/bookservices and you can find it there. I'm also offering a free 30-minute session. So if you just want to like talk through one problem, you can book a free 30-minute session as well. We can go through some problems and maybe even talk about like some long-term plans. So hopefully you'll take advantage of this, take advantage of the free session. I'm letting everyone do at least one. And hopefully you didn't get too lost this week. And I will see you next week on the 13th at 10 a.m.